Alright, let's do it. Hang on. I gotta fucking my mic. Oh, come on. Work with me here. I'm sure this sounds great over the stream. There we go. Where the hell is my things? That's what I'm looking for. Neato. You think cursors being backwards would be as upsetting as it is if they were the other way from the start? That's a good question. I want to say yes, and the reason I say yes is because the way that the mouse is oriented sort of looks like you're holding it with like a right hand, because it's like tilted inwards a little bit, and most people are right-handed, so it's more natural that way. Whereas if it was the other way, it would be natural for left-handed people, but there's not very many of them. Anyways, after having that philosophical conversation, welcome to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're gonna try this out. I don't know how well it's gonna go, but we're gonna try it. I don't know where to put my webcam because I literally haven't gotten in-game yet. So that might get moved around. Anyways, how's it going, Toaster? I will select an adventure. You disagree with the concept of left hands. Hell of a stance. Wait, what? Oh, okay, I see. So you get access to all the episodes right away. I would like a new game, please. Does that just happen after the select adventure? Sure does. Oh, I see. This is where you split over. We've got 2 games to go through eventually. Let's worry about the first game first, because that makes sense. Oh, anime.
The Empire of Japan, after opening its doors,
this actually looks really good.
The cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away.
Picked up a game that isn't Pokemon because it looks interesting. Let me know how it goes. This is a good start. Actually, this is a typical start for Ace Attorney. Hang on, that kind of looks like the main character.
For one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
I think that is the main character. That's me. I'm the defendant in the first case? What? The Adventure of the Great Departure. Oh, shit. I think I maybe just killed someone? Well, probably not, because this is Ace Attorney. I think I have to turn this down slightly. This game does not have in-game volume controls. It has on and off. So I have to actually change it in the mixer. There, let's try that. The 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. PP Tiny, thank you, Kurumi. Good to hear your words of support. Update on Not Pokemon, you can literally just not wear a shirt if you want. Good to know. Interesting design choice. Hey, you have an internship, hell yeah. So you'll barely come in? Well, you got priorities now. I'll pop in once in a while. Well, I appreciate that, and good luck on the internship. Hopefully, that'll goes well for you. And that you don't get screwed over, as interns often are. Anyways, 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of... I don't know what that word is. Judicature? Judicature? I'm gonna guess judicature. Defendant's Chamber, Antechamber 5. Okay. Oh, I have a history with T. That's very handy. That was a thing that started with, I think, Dual Destinies. And oops. That's right, I can actually hit that button with my mouse. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? I sure did shoot somebody. Oh, hello. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer! I see this is going fantastically right out of the gate. My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I am a second-year student at the Imperial Yumei University. It is in fact a hard C. Interesting. Judicature. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. No more flashbacks. That's illegal. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Is this the prosecutor? He looks rad. Nice headband. Where's the wind coming from? And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. Oh no, he's like the Mia character. Okay, that's rad. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Bork. Hey, Giant Sprout. How am I? I'm doing good. We're starting up the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and we're gonna see what happens. I should actually probably move my webcam because I'm kind of blocking this dude's face. Let's see. Oops. This. Let's bring it. Oh no, that's not the whole thing. There we go. Let's put it. Let's see, can we get away with putting it like right here? Hopefully it doesn't fuck with anything. Sure, try that. Hopefully it doesn't cover any of the text, but if it does, I'll move it again. Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case. I hit history again. I'm so used to keeping my mouse down here for dialogue in FF14, and that's where all the buttons are in this game. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue, or I will kill you with the sword, making me a criminal. Technicalities, look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. Oh, good. So he's my Phoenix Wright, not Mia. Cool. And yet, I still seem to know better than you, how a court officer should behave. Full body, he looks with his entire torso. I appreciate that. Right, Ryonosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. I'm not planning to do much voice acting for this game, so if that's what you're here for, I regret to inform you it's not happening. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. Kazuma, I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yumei University professor murdered in cold blood by student. Oh, I killed my teacher. Great. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryonosuke. Ryonosuke, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how many syllables are in this man's name, so I'm kind of winging it. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Did you just see the background, like, blackness glitch in to like the normal background? Like the black, did you see that again? It keeps happening. What is that? What's going on? I'm gonna see if it happens again. Maybe it's over now. That was weird. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yumei University. Yeah, you did see that. The background fucking flickers. I've never encountered something like that before. Mind you, this is a mobile port to PC. Oh, there's more things flickering. Oh god. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. weird. It's not that impressive. What is... Yeah, maybe his idle animation is messing with it? Depends on how it's rendered. Yeah, it could just be a shoddy port, who knows. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. What did they do before lawyers in Japan? Just like... Did they leave all the judgment to, like, the emperor, and then he just decided if people lived or died? I don't know. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. Said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Obligatory flashback, happens every Ace Attorney game. What would an Ace Attorney game be without flashbacks? Congratulations, Kazuma! Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I have a feeling Kazuma's not going to survive. I have a feeling he's going to end up like Mia in the first game. I've got a sneaking suspicion. Or he's actually the person responsible for this crime. That would also be an Ace Attorney-esque twist. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. They'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. And talk to the founding fathers of America in a weird Hamilton crossover. The heart of the British Empire. Shit. Nope, the British Empire. America's not real yet, maybe. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. Oh, that was... I mixed up who was speaking. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you... I gotta read who's talking. I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. So I suppose we're both studying as defense lawyers. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. I shot my professor in cold blood. Asogi, may I have a word? Who is this character now? Ah, my parents. Cool. Nope, it's the professor. That was a guess. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I think she's like, I think the sidekick character in this game. Like the young female sidekick that every Ace Attorney game has, for some bizarre reason. Except for Dual Destinies, I think. Because I think they're all their own lawyers. Which carries into Spirit of Justice. Yeah. Anyways, I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke? I'm gonna go with that, because that sounds more right. Like Sasuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I gotta say the models are pretty nice. They look pretty good comparing them to like Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Is to get the government's position to do that? Just leave. Weird. Asogi has told me all about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Anime exhalation noise. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What the fuck? It's an MMO. Usernames are required to be unique. There's a lot of restrictions on what the name can have. So no numbers. Oh yeah, I think that's similar in FF14. You can't have like a bunch of like symbols and letters in your name, or symbols and numbers in your name, because it's supposed to be your character's like actual legal name. I believe. I never actually checked to see if you could use numbers, but I don't think I've ever seen numbers in a username in FF14, so probably. Hit the history button again. What? As I suspected, you are unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. Again, I don't know why the administration... Like the university administration, that would make sense, because they're probably bankrolling the whole thing. Why the government? I guess it's the government's university? So maybe they're like the one and the same? I don't know how it works. Anyways. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. Every time I use his voice, it gets more and more bitchy and wimpy. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not... Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court's about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. I don't know why he has that accent. It would seem our surreptitious... I think that's actually correct. Surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. Is he gonna say something like, are you going to self-represent yourself? And then I'll be like, I do! Oh shit, I'm my own defense lawyer now. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Oh. Black and white. Dramatic zoom. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Only one of them. A singular destiny, not two. That's a different game. Second of November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Is it always Courtroom 2? I think it is. I believe it was that in Dual Destinies. Yes. I think it was the Courtroom 2 in Dual Destinies. Well, originally, and then it got blown up. Which is not really a spoiler, it happens in the first case. So, this is a courtroom. I like his nervous eye twitching. Oh! I like the camera angles in this. They're actually showing a lot more of the environment than they normally do. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. They're all identical to each other. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Why would that be? A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh, what's the judge look like? Oh, I fucking course it's Pain. Wow, this guy is much more impressive looking than the normal judge. I totally slipped my mind that of course the prosecutor for the first case would be Pain. God damn it. The judge will now hear the trial of Reno... what voice am I using for this guy? What were the judge? I said I wouldn't be doing much voice acting, and now here I am. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Don't think, just do. Leap before you look. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Did you just fucking interrupt me? What are you doing? Put your hand down. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. It'll be... What? Why the fuck would you do that? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. Oh, that's... I thought he told you something else. Don't worry about it. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. Whoa, hang on. Hang on now. We're starting the gay fan fiction early. It took a while for that to happen in Ace Attorney 1 with Edgeworth. Oh, we're getting right into it with this one. You think I won't be able to get you off? I have you know I'm quite skilled with my hands. No, it's not that really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Kazuma, no, the judge is watching. This is a public place. Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Alright, well this is really dumb. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Was that Kazuma or me? I have no idea. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident that he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? What? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Head empty. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I don't like titles that have two ofs in them. It throws me off. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? I don't know anything about the word competence. He's questioning your ability to do the job. Jesus Christ, I've made a mistake. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. You also studied to be a lawyer. For like, probably more than a year at this point. You shouldn't be completely unconfident here. You should have some level of familiarity. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. What is your name? Never mind, the name of the victim in this case. Kindly state it for me. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. Head empty. Oh god. Oh, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Are you fucking kidding me? Let me guess, your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record. All right, there's no time to lose. Boop. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. Look, it's people. This is the tutorial mode being explained in universe and I hate it. This happens every single game. This happens with Phoenix Wright 3 times in a row. Alright? That means that in 3 different instances, Phoenix Wright has completely forgotten how to do his job. Being a lawyer. I don't think it's unfair to say that Phoenix Wright is actually a terrible lawyer, but just keeps lucking into all of his wins. Because I've played those games. I know what's up. Alright, who is the victim here? I assume the only other person we haven't seen. John H. Wilson, 47. Visiting professor of medicine. Okay. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. I've also added a new button at the bottom of the screen. Don't ask too many questions about what the hell I'm talking about. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now. Press the button. Ryunosuke, the button on the keyboard in front of you.
Yes!
Why do I say yes? It was take that in the original games. The yes is a weird... Alright. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. What the hell? Is that a laugh?
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. You've sparked an international incident, you fucking idiot. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Man, the Japanese have a real knack for titles. What the fuck? Friendship and navigation? Why did you have to specify friendship and navigation? Just say treaty. Most treaties already mean that. Some sort of agreement.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? I am also nervous. murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Not a just one, just wrap it up quickly. We don't care if it's like corrupt as fuck and everybody thinks that the outcome was bullshit. You can just do whatever you want. Just like wrap this up, please. I'm sure they'll love that. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime, holding the gun, just after it had been fired. I'm gonna blow my nose. Excuse me. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day yet, alright? See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. There I go. That was the end of the last flashback. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think that places other than Japan exist. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. And then I shot him. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was, oh my god, I've forgotten it again. Rinosuke. I remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? He studied as a lawyer, right? Like, he did do that, and I'm not just losing my shit? What are they teaching these kids? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Quickly. Postmortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. That'll come in handy for sure.
Yes!
That's true, they are brand new in Japan. So, it's probably not the best education. Oh, I've spilled water on myself. My drinking problem. Well. Oh, that's a very involved evidence-looking animation. Before, it was just a sheet of paper that he held with one hand. According to this document, this victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. It's incredibly ineffective. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later, you will be. Dumbass, stop stuttering. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. That stake gonna come into play? Because it's right behind where the bullet would go if it had entered or if it exited his body. You can clearly discern scorch marks. Hang on. One moment. I just noticed his name. I just noticed it. His name is Ouchie. I'm sure he is the long down the line relative of Winston Payne and Gasp in Pain. God damn it. They've always had a lot of puns, or they've had some puns before, but it was around Spirit of Justice that they got really wild with it. Throw a boot at his head. That's very specific, but I understand. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. What an age we live in. Do you understand? I think I understand. Photograph of the victim. Alright. He was shot and he was killed. So that's a photographic print. Wow, that's something I've never seen before. Clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. We're at a stage of history where we have to explain what photographs are and their usefulness. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. You are good enough to defend yourself in a court of law. That's all I needed to know. Let us start the trial. Okay. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer here today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? What does that mean? I've never actually used this phrase before. It's my first time. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. I refuse, and I can read your mind. Okay. It's the bellboy. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonoga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh my god. He has tuberculosis. Please keep him away from all of us. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, I feel like there are some 14-year-old girls writing some fanfiction about this character. He's got, like, that look. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen characters like this before. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental Eatery, 3 days ago. I don't know what Occidental Eatery is. I don't think they accidentally... I don't think that's a typo, because A is nowhere near O on the keyboard. So... Understood, Hosonoga-san. Will you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident? At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? Occidental is the opposite of Oriental. Oh, interesting. Now we know.
It was just after 2 days on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. I sustained a gunshot wound to the lung, and that's why I'm coughing up blood. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. Thank God the steak was okay. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
How the fuck are we gonna get out of this?
Hold on, I agree with everything you're saying. Just let me clarify something here. That's why I said yes. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, but I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Shut up! Fuck you! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. Fucking Jesus.
But
the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today?
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I'm going to... I have no evidence to back this up, so I don't know if interjecting is the correct choice here. I'm gonna wait and see. I desperately wanted to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd have never gotten into my university otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. You literally just told me to wait. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
In just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
For fuck's sake! What did I just say? Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy.
No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it.
Oh God. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to.
Let me see. Sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume?
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
Oh yeah, he's straight up dying in this courtroom. Like, flat out, this man has tuberculosis, almost assuredly dying as we speak, and is very contagious. Very bad.
Why, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. I used the blood that I wiped my... Or I used the towel that I wiped my blood on to wash the dishes of the customers, and nobody says anything. I am very good at my job. Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Weird that they call it plan and not floor plan.
Oh, well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are.
There's gonna be something on the other side of it. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Waiter's business card has been entered in the court record. Jesus Christ. Can we get like a doctor in here? So the court has now heard a precis? Precis? I don't know what that is. He's got TB. Dutch. So the court has now heard a precis of the case. Did Ouchie just T-pose? He did. He T-poses for like a split second and then he puts his hands in front of him. It's weird.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency?
You are guilty. Case dismissed. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. As an unsworn witness? I don't know what that means. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Is the waiter that they've called not, like, sworn to tell the truth? Or is he acting as, like, an expert witness and they don't have to be sworn in? I don't fucking know. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? You are correct. This game is 5 minutes long. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor... Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. The floor pen isn't actually the waiter's business card, like you said. Yeah, I think there's, like, something... Like, at some point that's going to be flipped over, and we're going to be like, oh, what is this? Something like that, because he was clearly concerned that we took it. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Do you hate me? Is that the sort of relationship we have? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, I almost said accursed, and a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Fucking whoa! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. This guy is very theatric. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. It's like a fucking I can be your angle or your devil.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Oh my god. This man's eyes are rectangular.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Yes, sir, and no, sir. Spirit of Justice did a number on the development team. Reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon.
There's no other way I couldn't do my... I couldn't use any other voice but my old man voice for this guy. Look at him. He's going to keel over at any moment. He can barely stand.
And conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Kyoryo Korokuta, at your service.
Kyoryo Korokuta. Curio is a pun for curio. I don't know what the other word is supposed to be.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table than the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. Curio collector. Yep, I see it now. Very clever. With harsh English, yep. I got you, I see it. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. I want pictures of Spider-Man on my desk. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir.
Am I winning? I'm on trial for murder, and I've decided to represent myself. So it's not looking good, but it's not impossible to lose. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Yeah, I heard a fucking duck quack or something. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moments you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. I'm turning into Sean Connery. Sir, yes, sir.
Standing... What is that? Was that a baby crying? What was that? That sounds like a deserver for shooting Spider-Man. Yeah, J. Jonah Jameson is now missing his greatest source of profit. He's very upset.
Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
Yeah, so we're actually... This is a thing they started in Professor Layton, and they didn't do it in Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice, but they started doing it in the main games with the... Or, I guess this is technically a spin-off game. But you actually hear the testimonies of multiple witnesses at once, and I think, if it's anything like Professor Layton, you're supposed to figure out the differences between their two statements to figure out what's going on. If it's anything like Layton. which is really, really cool. Like I said, I've only done the first case in Layton, but it was a really cool concept, and I'm excited to see how it works in this. What the witnesses saw.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak in the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged.
I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. That's a baby crying. What is happening?
A black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
From the back? Well, that's an easy contradiction.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Alright, that's an easy one.
Well, so you see, you, Sergeant Osha, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir, the cruel and unforgivable enemy.
Whoa, okay, this man has pulled a weapon in a courtroom. Are you kidding me? We're all just watching this happen? Okay. Oops. I scrolled and apparently that causes the text to go. Now I know. What did he say?
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be soiled in the broad light of day.
Yeah, fucked up. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? What are they teaching these kids? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trip.
Never mind. Excuse me, I have a question.
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I mean the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Alright, fuck, we have those. Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic.
How do you think defense counsel works, my man? Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
Shut up! The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Ozma's so commanding. So hot.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yeah, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is the evidence. Right, evidence. What is that again? All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Ow, my hand. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. That's so much less impressive. Alright then, it's all or nothing.
Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. Suggesting He's extolling the virtues. Oh, I do have the option to press. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. If I take a look at this, he was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. That's an easy one.
Yes!
You gonna say anything, or just like yelling? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. Flag in the play. Inconsistency. Opposing team. First down. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
Oh, what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. You're telling me. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Spell it out would be an insult to the court. I like the soundtrack this game so far. Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iyasanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. It's just autosave? I saw a symbol on the side here. It was covered by my webcam. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Now, he is a cowardly little weasel, but that's not the important part here. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. You fucking imbecile. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest.
Ah.
Sergeant, according to your witness statements, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What? There is a baby? There's a baby. There's a baby. He has a baby. That would explain a lot. Well, you see, I shitted. What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. How do none of you see the baby? You're not looking at him directly like we are. You're looking at him from the side. The witness stand faces the judge. You're looking at him from the side. How does nobody... Alright. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What? What the fuck?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iyasanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd. How the fuck did nobody catch that?
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. Ow. There was no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. It's right there. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. A turnabout. Just like all of the case names of all the previous games. What a great reference. So this is what being an ace attorney is. Okay. Alright. Hang on. The turnabout I was willing to accept. Because that's an actual term. For fuck's sakes, guys. Really? Just gonna say an ace attorney? Just... like you're literally doing a title drop? What the fuck is this? Next you're gonna tell me that this is an Ace Attorney Chronicle, the likes of which no one has ever seen. Fucking... That's right, in this case, it really is justice for all. We're really facing some trials and tribulations here. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. Is Ace Attorney not a thing in this universe? At no point in any of the games prior to this one are the words ace and attorney said next to each other. Even in the same sentence, I'm pretty sure. It was just called Ace Attorney. This is the first time they've literally done a title drop. This is like what? The fucking... ninth game? Just a weird thing to do. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. I kind of rolled my way into that voice. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Sucking dick! Hunting for treasure. Which is a way to say sucking dick if the dick is the treasure. Treasure? Whoa. Indeed, the Hoyer Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop Rasute. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoey treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. I was surprised by the gunshot and I bit his dick clean off. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoey treasure. The baby stole the coin? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Nothing could distract me! Except for the dick. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoey Kaban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Ow. Nevertheless, this witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
Is that a real saying? I think I know what the hell he's talking about. I'm kind of going on context, though.
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it would become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. Will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as cubicle glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. I'm waiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks. Sir, name Ido. Or Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. What an earn, my boy. I would say wipe that kid's nose, but been around kids and they're perpetual snot machines. You could wipe him every 15 minutes, it wouldn't matter. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. I think I've changed this guy's voice like 4 times. Yes! Okay. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection! Shut up! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. You're not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photo print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch. Oh, did they have to... They had to censor it again. They always do this with Ace Attorney games. Alcohol is not real. Or do they? No, they do. It was, I believe it's in Apollo Justice. They have, like, clear wine bottles, but they call it grape juice. I don't know why they do it. This game's really not made for kids. People fucking die, but... whatever. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. Maybe you're insane. Have you considered that? It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. You think that
Taketsuchi, I think that's right.
Taketsuchi Ouchi will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. He's ready to rock and roll. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. This is the voice of God speaking. I am your God. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Those can be so unbending at times.
I assume we have to press here. What I saw was the precise moment of the firearm's discharge, almost the same thing. That's horseshit, but okay. Pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was, that young lady black, that much myself did see. Probably have to press on that. Also, I don't know if they've done this before, but they have, like, the number of dialogues you're through in the full testimony. I don't remember that in Spirit of Justice or Dual Destinies. It's nice, though. I like it. Furthermore, visible search of the premises. Yeah, in front of the present. Also, might press on that. Alone he was, dining all by himself. Rather than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Okay. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Could you not... Are you having an orgasm? What is happening? What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. No, 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 no. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with Q. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. You mean to tell me that this guy went through lawyer school and was never at any point told to ask questions? To ask the witnesses questions when they make testimony? They truly have taught these kids absolutely nothing. Zero. Nada. Welcome, everybody. The court is a thing that exists. Free study. And then they just fucking walk out. If anything even slightly jars you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. Really hard. Like you press me in the, Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. Mercer wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. And one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Okay, let's see here. I'm probably gonna say that's not the same thing, and it's gonna go nowhere. How much I'm myself. Let's see. Let's try pressing this.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I'd picked it up off the floor. I should put my phone on vibrate, because it just barked. There we go. It's the same sound effect that I have in, for the sound alert. But I've already told you, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment... Bang. A gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of evidence beyond our control, life is.
Sorry, what do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I'm going to fucking stab you. I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Okay. Whoops. I didn't mean to click all the way through. I already read this. Oh, you can hold right click to skip through quickly. That's nice. Let's press... Yeah, what kind of visual search did you do here?
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
Shut up! Fuck you! As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
I mean, there had been more people dining there at the time, and someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time before lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. Failing grade. He got an F in liver. I don't know what that means. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hata Clinic. Wait, Hata? Isn't that the name of the guy in fucking Trials and Tribulations in the hospital? Dr. Hata? Something like that? For fuck's sakes. That's a hell of a callback.
Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entrance for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m.
The very day of the incident.
So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there were only so many people in the restaurant. Like, if there was another person there, everybody should notice. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Huh? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yes. Why would you ever say no to that? If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I know, the shifty eyes are great. You could tell he's losing his shit.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Everybody knows that nobody should have rights and the government should decide what everyone does. That's the utopia that I dream of.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report to the court record.
Alright, can I actually read the medical report? What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you.
Yeah.
Next, women will assert that they have rights. How insane! And then, the gays.
Would they even say? I feel like even in this time period, even mentioning homosexuality would be like taboo. Like that would be like in hushed tones. They probably wouldn't even have a term for it.
Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekta-san.
Indeed, it only was the Englishman dining all by himself. Fucking press that. Prove it, bitch. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? Depends on where. Well, Japan is a fairly, actually very conservative country, even historically. Ancient Greece and Rome were very gay, yes. Extremely so. I don't think Japan would have been. I don't know much about historical Japan, but I doubt it. I think Asia in general is not super big on that, to say the least. The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
And I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there was only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. A beefsteak as opposed to a pork steak.
Which might actually be a thing now that I think about it. Or other types of steaks. Never mind. Milk steak? That's still beef though, isn't it? Yeah. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Tuna steak? Yeah, that makes sense. Like a fish steak. Seafood steak. Yeah, I totally forgot that there were other types of steak other than beef. Alright, I guess we'll press this. It's only this statement and the first statement that we haven't pressed.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? Alright, I don't think that's gonna get us anywhere. What did you say, cadet? Clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof.
Now would be a good time to actually check this. I can't. Okay, never mind.
And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Alright, I gotta skip through this. Oh. Excellent work, Kurinosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. Oh, is this where they show us that you can check evidence and, like, inspect it? Because I think this has the same, mechanics as, Apollo Justice. And I think, Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice also have the same thing, where you can, like, look at evidence and see shit. I wouldn't be so sure.
Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Yep. How exactly? Notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use... to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD. Oh yeah, I could say that he can't eat food. That's not implausible. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues you may have missed before. Okay, I actually know how this works. Hurry it up, please. Oh, if the crosshair pulsates, you can see... Okay. So that tells you if there's a detail. Yeah, I got it. I'll see what I can do. I need to use... and WASDA in space. I don't know what the fuck any of that means. Alright, let's see here. Oh, it actually tells you, like, what's going on. Can I just use the mouse? It says Hot Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. Lucky. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Injection for a cold? I guess it's old medicine. I'll never forget it, ever in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think that this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Okay, I can just use the mouse. I think I can open it. What is this? What is that? Dentist. I think you got it in one, Toaster. I think you got it in one. It's like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. They save your life. Fuck them. I crave death. And then they demand lots of money for you from the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. Okay, that's more fair. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Alright, I think I can open this. Yep, sure can. Take a look at the most recent thing, right? Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. You guessed it in one, Toaster. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Well, it kind of stops you from feeling everything. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report cards information has been updated. With this new information, meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Alright, so what's particular statement are we looking for? Visual search of the premises. I'm not sure it's that one. He was the Englishman dining all by himself. I think it's this one. Oops, I pressed the wrong direction. We'll done, Rinosuke. I get it. Alright. No discrepancies is kind of light, and that's what we need. Oh, I think the situation's changed a great deal. We've come a long way. How so? It was the same voice. Simply a case of using it to our advantage now. There is a discrepancy somewhere. Yeah, okay. I think it was on the one that said dining. Which one is the victim of the prohibited? Dr. Stockton brought to the court's attention. He's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time. Alright, they really spell it out for you in classic fashion. Jesus Christ, this is the tutorial. How do you not get this? Can I go this way? Okay, if I use the WASD, I can go back. Oh, if I hit right click? Oh, right click also works. Gotcha. Good fucking job, Rinosuke. You figured out something a 5-year-old could have figured out. Dining all by himself. Yeah, I think it's this one.
Yes!
That's the one. Well, I think, What about you, withering lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Rinosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. But you actually have to spit it out at some point, because I've said basically everything for you this entire trial. It's been like an hour and a half. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. And you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. If you present evidence and the music stops, 9 times out of 10, that means you got the right statement. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, man. Thanks for the advice. Correcta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. I feel like he's looking at his hand like, why didn't that make more noise? What am I doing wrong?
Objection! Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what? Who are you again?
Why not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel?
Yeah, it's just an Ace Attorney thing where, like, it's almost like a meme in the community where you present on an evidence and the music doesn't stop playing and you're like, fuck! But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's, Remember, Rinosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just fucking say that he couldn't have eaten the steak. Jesus Christ. Yes, I am a Christian in Japan. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime.
Please shut up. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? The Four Eyes fan has the kanji for crime? That's pretty fantastic.
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? What is that? That's supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, If I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Oh, fuck.
Did my controller just vibrate? I think it did. I should probably unplug that before it makes too much noise. There. Felt the desk shake. Just what are you trying to say, cadets? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. Up in here, up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't... You can read? And I can't?
Correct-a-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Yeah. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? We're not allowed to win. That's illegal. These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. And that's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you? I know what I'm doing.
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Did you get it? It's a pun. See, normally you say the tables have turned, but the restaurant also has tables. So now the restaurant tables have turned because we're talking about a restaurant. It's very clever, I assure you. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Huh? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. It's normal for a guy to carry a freaking sword weapon in a courtroom. That's a great question. I think also at like this point in Japan, they've cracked down on swords historically. So like you shouldn't have a sword at all. But it's fucking Ace Attorney universe, baby. Anything can happen. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. I mixed up my voices. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? It's true, one of the witnesses does keep brandishing a knife. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, and the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around, like the tables that I mentioned earlier. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been, an as yet unknown third party, I think. Victim itself, obviously not. B, doesn't make sense. The two witnesses, no, that doesn't really track. An as yet unknown third party. It was Toaster. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
Will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. But we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Particularly a metal appliance.
Ah.
We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, I will kill you with this sword, will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice, and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma.
Are you insane? Put the sword down. You would take on the government? Inconceivable!
Don't worry, Counsel, I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, and those two witnesses in the stand.
What are you talking about?
We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury.
Actually charging people with perjury in Ace Attorney? I do not fucking believe you. That literally never happens, except I think for one time. Witnesses lie on the stand constantly. And nobody gets charged, and it's bullshit. Perjury.
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Is that legal? I don't think that's how that works.
Complicit in murder. No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting.
Witnesses lying on the stand is the entire game. That is not inaccurate.
I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says, just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Kurakata-san?
No.
You were just following orders.
No, hold on, Ed. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman.
Yeah.
When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
Why are you surprised?
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue.
Oh, I'm fucked. Oh god, I'm fucked. Oh, I'm gonna get disbarred. They just instated the bar, and I'm going to get kicked out of it.
Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
And who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Ryunosuke, and judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. Again, the theme that plays when you, like, get a witness dead to rights and a lie is always called pursuit. These writers have to be stopped. They have to be stopped. This is unacceptable. God damn it. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, and some other ones too. I knew nothing.
And what does the French have to say about all this, hmm?
Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Can I search the court record now? Oh, I can search fucking everything. Let's look at that. Oh, I don't have the floor plan. Oh, there it is. Examine. Wrong button. Whoop. Ha ha ha! That man's not a waiter at all. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What the fuck? I was holding it like I would read it left to right. It's fucking Japanese. God damn it. Well, that's unexpected. What is?
Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title.
His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence, if they're wielding it somehow here.
Oh yeah, that guy definitely had some shit on that business card. Can I inspect my badge? Nah, that's not waste time. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Bop. Oh, I have to actually hit present.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san, the one who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
Is that if in a different font? It looks weird, I don't know why.
What? If he truly were.
Ow. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Bingo.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. I don't think it's a different font, just a shitty font. Possibly. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
What the fuck does that mean? I beg your pardon?
Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is.
I'm just going to look at the other side, because I'm not entirely sure what you want me to do. Somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say.
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession.
The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! Goodness gracious, great balls of fire!
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. Oh, did he actually slam the counter? That's true. I didn't even catch that. So, witnesses there on the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well...
Who was that? Oh, god damn it. Inspector Hosonaga.
I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
Flashback to 30 minutes ago.
The court will take this man out of the court record as evidence. Is there a problem? And the man to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. That's what I sound like in my flashbacks.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? My nonsense speech is how my roommate makes fun of his manager. I feel like that's like a common thing. Like everyone has the same like nonsense speak. Like, this is what I sound like. I'm so dumb. I feel like that never, like that's not a thing that's taught. I feel like that's genetic. I don't know what it is.
I was working undercover.
Undercover?
Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover.
Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents?
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard Wrong voice. We've just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable. As I suspected. You didn't suspect shit. Shut up. Did that go off in the courtroom? No, that was a flashback. That was very unclear.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student.
What instance was the man investigating? He said it was classified and he wasn't able to tell us. We got nothing.
Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman.
So the truth comes out.
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say...
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what is this what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything in the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. So we're just gonna sit around looking at each other with our thumbs up our asses.
One possibility does spring to mind. Oh, I like that held tilt that he actually addresses him. Normally that never happens. Mind you, having two characters on screen at the same time also never happens. It's usually just one. What do you mean, Cosmo? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. Is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You don't mean... Or you mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. No. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. What could that pun be? Giselle Brett. Wait, is that supposed to be jailbait? Giselle Brett? I think it's supposed to be jailbait. Alright. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yuma University's medical faculty.
What? What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mentions of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. His name, Giselle Bullets. Originates from the type of gun that John Watson was shot with in the Sherlock Holmes canon. Name of the localization changes the spelling somewhat to make it seem more like a legitimate name. Interesting, okay. That's a very specific reference, but very interesting. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection! Fucking... Your Excellency. That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Yeah.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. I think I called her Jezebel. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Oh god! Yes, it will, because I'm dying. Nothing will get in my way. Call a doctor. Fuck the government, this is my house. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Ouchie, get your shit together, man. Come on. To be continued. We, don't normally get continuations on the tutorial cases, but this seems to be, doing so. Save? Yes, please. I like the save jingle. Oh, that's the autosave. That's right. These games have autosave now. Save complete. Cool. I am going to quickly refill my water, so I'll be right back.
Excuse me. All right, I'm back. I also went to the bathroom because I figured I might as well. All right. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. Really are an ancestor of Phoenix, right? It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. So erotic. Wow, okay, I wasn't expecting... I saw drenched in sweat and I was like, whoa, hang on. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, your hips gyrating, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Don't think that's happening. Oh, I don't think that's plausible. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. I can already feel my voice going. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, a gunshot went off. Yeah, we're aware. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. I assume this is the professor? Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. I kind of forgot what this guy's voice was. I'm kind of winging it. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. And the pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned from this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study towards Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, and yes, I am calling him my best friend and not my boyfriend, because that would be absurd, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against.
The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Come to think of it, so do I. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. I've given him somewhat of a British accent. I don't know what's going on. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazama-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make her way back inside the courtroom at once. That was not the accent I gave him last time. Alright. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before these old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? Are you allowed to have that sword? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As lawyer and as a friend, and as a boyfriend. Coming from you, that means a lot. I'm found guilty in this trial. He's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. And nothing more than a friend. Just in case there are any mind readers about, so this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. Don't make a gay, says the one holding his sword. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. You know, the code we always use to talk about. Anyways, let's move on. Oh, I'll give you a large portion. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aoshi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Do you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. That's actually a very good take on that. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What did you mean? Or what do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Ow, is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. The shit in my pants. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. I made myself laugh with a poop joke. I'm 12 at heart. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, exists solely for the pursuance of the truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand.
Visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency. Ow.
Oh my god. Glad I'm not the only one making poop checks about him. Don't you worry.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Somebody bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea.
That's not incorrect. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Her hat sure does have a bird on it.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. I said a lot of things to you. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Yeah, her butt's got like a plume coming out of it of some kind. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your descriptions for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
I assume that's supposed to be English. Yeah, he really shouldn't be saying guilty right now. That's dangerous.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but, what?
Oh, Hosonaga has to translate. Got it.
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical faculty.
Isn't it weird for this time period for a woman to be actually, like, going to a university? I don't think that was normalized around this time. Oh, well, actually, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
English is not a beautiful language. That's... I don't think I would agree with that. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Cosma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Women, am I right? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
So, lady, you were, like, at the restaurant with the victim? Yeah, that's right. I was at the restaurant with the victim.
She says yes.
This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. God, these fucking Japanese people, am I right? They're just a lady of my tastes. So unrude.
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately.
Shitty American accent for the English woman. Exactly. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape.
I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print?
Look at this photographic print. Every time I do it makes me squint.
Seeing as you are so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
I fucking saw it, dude.
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Yeah, she does have a floof behind her.
Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Yeah, we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
So, like, what'd you see, bitch?
Man, I fucking saw it all. You're not gonna believe this shit.
I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Fucking love beefsteak. God damn.
After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Fucking did the rights. Shot him right in the chest.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
You have so many places in that outfit to hide a gun. This is a condom. Okay. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Shut it! Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at the Snow White Angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words in the court is going to believe.
We're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ah, but he's so annoying.
I am pretty annoying.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go.
The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however.
Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there was nowhere about her person where she could...
Are you fucking blind? Are you serious right now? No place on her person where she could conceal a firearm. She could fit a gunpowder barrel beneath that chest and another one in her hat. Moving on. Okay, thank you. At least the game acknowledges that this is bullshit. I would think that you could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if you wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is mute.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter.
Ah, it's ridiculous. Only I was allowed to lift up her dress so I could prove it. And to prove myself a sex offender. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Right up her vagina. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. Spread those legs. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart.
That cocky bitch. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. What vagina? We don't know, it's a woman. Looking and I hear vagina. We're postulating that this woman has hidden a deadly firearm up her coochie. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, she had a gun in her front butt. Okay. Probably nothing on that. Was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Nothing really can pick apart there. I got into a fierce argument. About what?
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. Could you please say that in a very angry tone? I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. Oh, excuse me.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku Englishu.
I bet the localizers had a fun time with this one. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or if only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Bitch. Then not long afterwards, shot him right before my eyes. I guess we're press on that. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. Ow. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The highly suspicious lady in the stand.
Shut up! That will do, you dirty rotten scoundrel. Women are incapable of committing crime. Everybody knows that.
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Seems like anytime like he hits the table and it's like a wet slap, it's usually when he's like flustered and fucked up. You don't carry a gun, eh?
Yes!
Sure, let's find out about that. Well, very well saying that, but can you prove it? Show me your vagina. Absolutely, I have verified it personally. I have personally seen this woman's vagina. You've seen this person's vagina? You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No.
Why on earth not? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. And as we all know, Englishmen and Englishwomen are incapable of lying. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, The prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence.
Ah.
Yeah, actually, I had like 20 guns, but you can just say whatever the fuck you want.
The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him.
Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie.
Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black skull uniform.
Did I say skull uniform? I think I did. School uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons.
Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. You can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room.
Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either.
The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you.
I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Alright, well, let's press this then.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? Whoops, wrong button.
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
No.
Yeah.
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, as it seems, so it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. 1 second. I gotta stretch out my legs. Oh.
Yes, which you could prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier.
That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
You both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Fucking the steak, I guess.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct?
That's right.
You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering.
Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment.
So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett?
That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each.
That's not in the picture.
Oh, they each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
It's very meaningful.
That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, hmm?
That is the look of a man with one brain cell, pinging around like a DVD screensaver.
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Oh, excuse me.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one.
They literally taught this shit in school. What did you do all day? Which one?
Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
His eyes are tracking the one brain cell, exactly.
Ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
You lie! There's only... Actually, double check. There is only one glass. Oh, you can get real close to this. Interesting. So close that it's almost pointless. I guess maybe later in the game they'll have really small details. I think that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and present.
Yes!
Yep, got it. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
That is correct, the lady says.
Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd.
Hear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
Ah.
You're quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Ow. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1?
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Ate the other one.
Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. this bitch. Sorry.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in a state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. I ate it. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying, which she could have hidden the gun in. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. There's no logic and reason to be had here, none at all. We just do shit by the seat of our pants. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass, and we do things by the seat of our pants. There's shit in mine right now. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated that the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. A gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. Why was there a gun on the floor then?
You can't be seriously suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
If this were the modern day, we could just check the ballistic markings on the bullet, which are the fingerprints of the gun, something that comes up in regular Ace Attorney fucking constantly. Order, order, order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Hello, Doctor. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print.
God, how many fucking pictures did they take? What is that on his wrist? What is that? Isn't that? Hang on, I think I recognize that. That's an imprint from the dish. I think we have to prove at some point that he was sitting on this side of the table where the steak was. Which wouldn't make any fucking sense, because he can't eat. So I think this whole fucking thing was staged. I think they staged the whole crime scene. Oh, and her handbag is see-through and also there's a glass in it. That's incredibly convenient.
This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious.
Nobody died, the crime wasn't real. I feel like that's happened in some case in Ace Attorney, I just don't remember which one. I'd have to think about it. Actually, I'm not sure it's ever happened. It should. We're testing the lawyer kids to see if they should study abroad. It's all set up.
As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Oh my god. That actually physically hit him. Normally they just go like, oh, fuck. My Naruhodo's here like fucking selling the hit like it's WWE. Order, order!
Inspector Osanaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency.
Autograph at the I got it.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel.
Looks like it's going well.
The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
Fucking face down. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, like the tables in the restaurant, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh god, even he's fucked. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Rinosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? This black shirt does look brown now, that's true.
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice.
He's jaundice on his shirt.
A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smoke little. God, my hand hurts.
Rinosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, what the fuck is, like, Jesus Christ? Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
For fuck's sake! This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
It indeed is. That's why I said yes. What is happening on his hand? Was that always there and I just never saw it? It's very possible. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print you just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean. Oh yeah, it was always there. He's got one on his left hand, but not his right. That ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Oh, Toaster, that's a really good guess. He was shot in the front and they turned his chair around. Make it look like he was sitting somewhere else, where she would just reach across the table and shoot him. That's genius.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. You'll bash my brains in with that gavel. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Bingo.
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. A burn?
Objection!
Dear me, I was wondering what new piffle you would have come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Surely that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. How did it manage to burn his fucking hand?
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Hot plate? Oh, was that a plate? I thought it was like something else. Plate hot. I would like to go home now. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? Ow. If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes.
Oh, legs are so stiff. My fucking knees have been acting up recently. Like a 40-year-old man, even though I'm in my 20s.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
I don't think you can see it in that. But you can see it in that. Boom. Oh, you're right, it is a plate. I couldn't tell what that was before, but that makes perfect sense. Hot plate.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. God, they're really doing work for us right now. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Like,
Yes!
The beefsteak?
actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
The plate?
Your Excellency, are you alright?
Let me double check something. Okay, I thought I saw a 1 when he said and I was like, did you miss shift? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. God, I'm so turned on right now. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
I've got you. Sadly, Prosecutor Aoshi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would...
would have taken around 3 seconds.
3 whole seconds is a long time, yeah.
It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
He is.
There you have it. Something isn't right here.
As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. But he was feeling the anesthesia. The anesthesia hadn't worn off yet. Which wouldn't affect your whole body, but maybe in this time period it does. Fucking knows. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day.
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Unless he was already dead. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased, is the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, unless he was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Didn't record say anything about whose it was. I believe it said that it was his. I don't think he was shot at the table and then died, because he didn't cry out when he got shot either. So I think like we were talking to a corpse the whole time, or he was dead before the gunshot. I don't know how. Maybe he was poisoned, like the steak was poisoned. Maybe. Does it actually say whose it was? Let me check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. Mr. John Wilson Heart Clinic. Dates. Doesn't say dates. I can't check this again. Some kind of medical treatment. An entry for the day the professor was killed. You might be right, Toaster. I don't think anywhere it says that his name is on here. That it was actually him. Yeah, I don't think it has a name on it either. Doesn't say where they got it either, but I think they found it on the body. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already dead?
She didn't jump. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
So, okay, maybe it wasn't the beefsteak that killed him, something else killed him.
Order, 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 please! Council, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. Yes, this is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Oh, Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. She got a card in her back pocket. She's got an ace up her sleeve. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean... Oh, what the hell? Wasting all our fucking time. I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Wish I should give her a British accent, right? That makes sense. Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all.
What? Then why haven't you spoken through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue? Nope. Forgot what a British accent was for a second. I've been using this fucking southern accent. Now I'm all fucked up. My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar terms as much as possible. Cool. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
Every time his facial expression changes, he does like a hand thing. Like either his fan or he moves his hand. It's very interesting.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
Show me her fucking eyes. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Oh boy. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Cool. How do you feel about falling all over her, you guys? You maybe feel like a little foolish now? Maybe? No? Alright.
And Judge, that most captivating and beautiful... Alright, he's still simping. And beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. Please step on me directly on my mouth. And it seems very clearly from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. Yep, Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Bretz, and put up with the cross-examination now. That's what I'm thinking, because when we went over, we even just looked at it again. It said that he can't feel pain under anesthesia. I don't know if they're going to say that it spreads to his whole body or just like his mouth. That was my first thought, was that the anesthesia numbed all his pain so he couldn't even tell that he was burning himself. But they went in the death direction, so I'm not sure. It's possible, though. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yeah, I don't know how laughing gas works, but this series has been pretty loosey-goosey with its physics and science before, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just said, yeah, fuck it. It numbs your whole body, even though it doesn't make sense in real life. All right. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Voice is going. What time is it? 11:20? I think if this ends before 12, we'll just call it a stream. I don't think, like, starting, like, 20 minutes of the next case is gonna have much point. No idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Okay. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. I'm gonna press this.
Yes!
Still possible that he was poisoned or something like that. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough exact English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. I've heard the postmortem reports no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Are you sure?
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Maybe she shot him with, like, a tiny pistol? Like a holdout gun that, like, doesn't even make any noise. Oh no, there's a bang that went off, so it has to make noise. So maybe she shot him, the bang went off, he didn't figure out what was going on because he was numbed. The waiter shuffled Rinosuke out of the way into a fucking closet somewhere. And then he just kind of bled out, like, standing there? I don't know. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true.
If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Attention!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Ah,
I think she's silent here and she's not giving a reaction because she knows we're going in the wrong direction. That's why she smiled when she thought, when we said, like, he must have been already dead at that point, and she gave the smile. I bet you that's what she was thinking. So if that's the case, let me go to the first statement. Because they did mention that, like, anesthesia was like crazy Western medicine. Maybe we'll get to that point through here? Maybe poison was accurate? Yeah, maybe. I don't know how accurate their forensics is in this time period. If this was regular Ace Attorney, then they'd easily be able to see, like, oh, he's poisoned. But, I don't know about here. Let's press this just in case it is poison. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Osanaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. Or maybe there's some other way of killing someone when it doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbids, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will count down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. We have something in the evidence? Hold up. No, I have to go to history. Lost blood, gonna try out a chest. There's nothing in here that implies poison. Let's press this.
Yes!
Before we get too out of ourselves. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh, what the hell? What the hell is this? I think this is a mechanic from Layton that I don't remember what it is. Fuck. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Haha, a killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Rinosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Rinosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. Detective. Oh, the detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Did he also maybe get a dose of the poison and that's why he's coughing up blood? By accident, maybe? Or maybe he's in on it? I don't know. I don't think Hosanaga's in on it. Well, no, he'd have to be. Let's find out. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Alright. Press.
Yes!
Just gonna play out the same, inferior. Yes, our country sucks and we're stupid. Praise England.
Wait.
Do I click on this? Ah, I click on it. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. Things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. Let's kill him. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? What the fuck? What do you see, Kazuma? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. This is the shit that was in Layton of like, you testify one person, then another person says something. I love this. By moving the marker left and right with AD, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective. I still don't know what you're talking about with these weird instructions. And pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go. It takes a different direction, but this may be lost. Can I just click on it? Or do I have to slide it? Or do I have to actually... Okay, I do have to use the keyboard for that. Now what do I do? Oh, pursue. Space. Excuse me. What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. You really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
Shut up! He's not on trial. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Oh, the detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes?
Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
A crime scene thief? Also, please, a doctor. Anybody, nobody, everybody is seeing this and nobody's doing anything. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there.
Take this, for example.
Bet we can test that bottle for poison.
Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says.
Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiments. Yeah, that's what I said earlier, is I think he drank some of it, and that's why he's coughing up blood. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. I think what Professor Mikotoba sent the girl to get is some sort of like testing kit to test for poison. Or something like that. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fur.
And... please help. Help me.
Okay, hang on. So let's take a look at that shit. Examine. What does it say? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be a very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. And go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Cool. What about here? No. Okay. Just drag it around here. Is there anything I can see? What is this? So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder... could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. What the fuck do I do with that? Let's try going to the end and see if anything pops up.
or if it's the same. New evidence. Excellent work, Rinosuke. I never even thought of pursuing another witness over the current witness's statements. That was a great idea of yours, Kazuma. Well, it was all thanks to you noticing that the detective had reacted strangely to what the lady said. I never guessed he had all that bubbling away under the surface. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed at around the time the steak was brought to his table. And by some means that left no physical trace on his body. Is poison a foreign concept to you guys? Seriously, if we could just demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Here we go. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens. On anything? Glasses and a toast? Maybe on this? I'll try this. Oops.
Yes!
That was wrong. Alright. Yep, just take the shot. Yep, there goes a life. What am I presented on? Some other way. Oh, probably on this. Yeah, show me how. There you go.
Yes!
There we go. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Said that weird. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who possibly could have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous. You just suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
Fuck you. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What? Is that what lawyers do? I was unaware.
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may.
I will silence you forever for this disgraceful...
It is you who should be silenced.
Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped. Show me your fucking eyes. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! Fucking what?
Well, hang on. It's poisons in this country, and she is British. Maybe. Maybe it's a British poison. I don't know. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Ah, fuck. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted... As the prosecution have asserted? Shouldn't it be has? As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad this matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? Trinity? Help! I'm sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Come on! That's the girl. That's a voice we haven't heard before. Haha! Please, wait. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. I have no idea what that is. To be continued again? How long is this trial? I thought we were about to wrap it up. Well, we gotta finish the episode. We can't end here. Come on now. November 22nd, 1:14. Courtroom 2. Getting right back into it. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
That's... alright, that's fucked up. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency...
I'm most grateful. Come on, girl. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. Oh, did she make a fucking poison? Oh, shit. She was a medical faculty student. Oh, fuck, maybe that's what she did. That's why it's a one-of-a-kind poison. The Englishwoman's. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Cure Rare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. I'm gonna call it Curare, because that Cure Rare sounds weird. Curare? What's that?
I never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could in a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. We're gonna read the fuck out of that. Goodbye then, and good luck. Well, that long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
Prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. And look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. Hell yeah, Judge. I've said it many times before, but that Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Well, let me fucking read it first. Because I have no idea. Let's see. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its inability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. So this is 100% what he died from. How the fuck did she have a poisoned bullet? Because the route of entry, he says it only enters when it enters through a wound. I assume ingested, it wouldn't work? Well, we're going to present this anyways, because we got nothing else. Let's see.
Yes!
Miss Jezzael Brett. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done. You wouldn't have done? Huh?
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Order, order, order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
Sure, at least they're arrows.
Fucking called it was a poison I didn't know about. The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery. These aspirations are out of trumpery. Aspersions. I can't speak. I'm too fucked up. To start with, if the victim had administered some of the so-called deadly poison, it would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that.
I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all.
How terrible.
Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. With a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed.
But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death.
Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail.
Respiration?
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
How the fuck did the police coroners fuck up so badly that they thought the guy suffered from hemorrhagic shock and there was no blood because he didn't bleed out? Unless you shot in the time while he was paralyzed but before he had suffocated, which is extremely specific. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. But how did she administer it? You're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
Yes, this is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... Okay.
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? She's gonna fucking drink it. Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She's gonna chug the thing because that's not how the poison is administered. through a wound. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Wow, this is getting pretty damn racist. They've been kind of towing the line, but that's straight up racist. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait! What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Did you even read the fucking book, guys? It's on page 2. It's right there. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Ugh. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would be keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. No shit. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. Sometimes it's in need of a good staining, until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color's supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Counsel, for which you will be penalized. Fuck. This whole trial is poisoned. Okay, there is poison in there. I guess the answer is yes. The culprit did put Curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. Has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, and I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Fucking great question. table. No, they shared it. Something in here? No. She poisoned the fucking glass. You got it. I didn't see that chat message pop up, so I think you got it before I did. You poisoned the fucking glass. It's this, right? Yeah. Nope.
Yes!
It seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. Not to think harder than that, defendant. Oh, fuck, that wasn't it? Oh, Your Excellency, I'll try to find some better supporting evidence. I'm making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. Defense. I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? If that wasn't it, I truly have no idea. Shared on the day of the murders on the victim's table. I guess I'll present the report? I don't know what would be in here that would help me, but I don't see any... Oh, that's the root of entry. That's what we're trying to prove here. I get it now. We're trying to prove that ingesting the poison doesn't mean anything, but she used what was in the bottle to inflict the wounds, and that was what poisoned him. So it is this. That's what that thing was trying to prove.
Yes!
I'm betting on it. I got it. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. Our report is utter gibberish. This impotent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. It will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? I think it's under special characteristics. Let me just double check. Yes. Page 2. Fucking got it. I'm hearing a lot about this Cure poison. Jesus Christ, I'm falling apart. My nerves are rattled. I'm fried. It's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. That's the wrong voice. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. I did the classic Ace Attorney thing of figuring out a contradiction like too many steps in advance, and it fucked me up.
Gracious Council, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. Poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. A wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kurare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh god. Jesus. Rapscallion! What is happening? Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? That you're a fucking idiot. Fuck you. Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? You're literally wearing a schoolboy's outfit. As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Sus? Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah. That's right. But gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? I brought it up earlier. How did she poison the wound? Order in the court, order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Kurare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Why'd you make your eye mask bigger? What is happening right now? What is this welling up inside me? It's rage. I'm going to beat this woman to death. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost fuck, man, I was making a joke. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Hey, he did the thing. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. Oh, how dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Correct? Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurare? Fuck me if I know. Because he got shot? How much life do I have left? I can't tell. Can I save? Let's make a quick save. It's just not a lot of blood. No, there's nothing on that.
That's nothing. He had an open wound in his mouth from the fucking dental treatment. This doesn't help me and I don't want to go through dialogue. I think this is it. Oh, you got it. Mouth tooth poison. I think you're right. I'll let you know with your vaccinating. You just have your own theories. And also, I try not to look at chat when I'm trying to figure things out. I think it's this. Yeah, exactly. So, you're good, Toaster. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I think this is it. He would have an open wound in his mouth from the dental treatment.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. No idea what that means. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. Oh my god. Okay. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! Is it what just happened? It's the English woman. She smashed the bottle into the Supreme Court of our terrible wonder. What kind of fucking police officer are you? Like, seriously, just let that happen. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. I'm going to kill you right now. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. Oh, that's right. And really, looking at the photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
Are we gonna get back to the point I made way fucking earlier? No, you killed the victim that day, using kurare. And then, in order to frame Yunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? We still haven't proved that she has a gun. Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remain unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In your head. In my head. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan in her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. There was no blood. You can fucking see it. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh, there was blood. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I mean, there has to be a clue. I don't know what other option I have here other than to say there's a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Oh, come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. There's somewhere. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... right here. Because the blood's on the plate that was in front of him. I mean, they make it pretty goddamn obvious.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Oh, for fuck's sakes, wait a minute, where are you going with...
Okay. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown on this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. Was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. I said this at the beginning of the fucking case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. Or everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Ah!
Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between our victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the guard seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
That was the waiter. That was Hosonaga. Jesus, man. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. And we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it, now! Come on, baby. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Please, Inspector, the blood man, show the court. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. Oh, it's not there! What? Oh, fuck, I thought we had this. Oh my god. Keeps putting it in front of me and then taking it away. Are you fucking kidding me? No blood? No blood anywhere. What? But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on this side of the plate. The plates get swapped out? What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Jesus. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Jesus fucking Christ. Ah. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. He said that like 4 times. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly.
This is the most threatening anybody of the Payne family has ever been.
If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
I will. Is the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Hold that thought. Wow, there's really nothing. Son of a bitch. What the fuck? Huh? What the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. What does the antique collector guy have to do with any of this? This is the craziest tutorial case I've ever done. This is insane. What does this fucking mean? Oh, I know what it means. It means this was his fucking steak. This is not the steak, it's their plate. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Kaban? Yes, and apparently from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. And this isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Kaban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. That's a pretty good pun. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means I can go back now. I got the info. They swapped the fucking plates. This is it now. I've lost. Yunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel.
Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection again? My bloodstain is going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue! Ah! Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
For fuck's sake, the only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm so sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? The steak itself.
Got it!
Oh, counsel, I'm... What? That won't do. That was ambiguous at best. What? What do you mean? Oh, do I have to lift the steak up first? What else do I... Oh, there we go. There we go. I had to examine the steak first. I didn't know I could do that. Come on. Unfortunately, you can't speed up this text, which is a bit annoying. There we go.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... Kaban? What on earth? Oh, Era wanted that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Oh my god, so many objections. Oh, don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hawaii Kaban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to the Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hawaii Kaban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lower job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it could belong to. The owner of the Kaban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... I want to double check. I'm pretty sure it's this guy. I'm going to save just in case it's the sergeant. But I'm pretty sure it's the curio guy himself. And he is the owner of the Koban, so that makes sense.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Kurekta-san. Kure as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The older man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoya Koban, my prized coin. And this Hoya Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please, why would Kurekta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurekta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Fuck, this keeps going. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I thought they just swapped the plates. I thought that was the explanation. I think it goes deeper. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. Oh, we're going late tonight. What is happening? Oh my god, everybody's at the stand. What is it all about? Why have I been called up here again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Okay, that's seppuku right here. Be that as it may, Kurekta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this? Yes, that's it. That's the one, the very exact one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurekta-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Correctus Sans Koban and hid it under their stake?
This is going to be a save. 100%. Because it's either Mr. Sergeant Man or... Giselle. And I'm pretty sure it's Giselle. Well, were they sitting at the same table? I'm gonna go with Giselle because I think she's ultimately like the thief, the master thief. If I'm wrong, then it's the sergeant, but I'm gonna go with this.
Take that!
I think I was right. Yeah, seems like a likely candidate for a Koban thief. No, come on, Ryusuke. Huh? You shocked me, Kazuma. Not as much as you shocked me. No one could have approached the table unnoticed. Even if you're a crazy fool, you couldn't have missed that. I'm not sure you should be calling Correctus-san a crazy fool, Kazuma. It's you who I was calling the crazy fool. Maybe I'm on the wrong track here. Nope. Alright, let's go ahead and... Well, we'll see what happens when... Yep. That will do. I'm now satisfied that no reasonable doubt remains in this matter. The defense has consistently failed to refute adequately the assertions of the prosecution. Okay, so it was the sergeant. Because they were at the same table. Oh no! Accused will not be granted the right to appeal. That is all. Court adjourned. Now, does it kick me back to title screen like Ollie's attorney, or does it just restart me? We try from the scene. Ah, okay, so we'll resume a saved game. That's not this to give you the option. Alright.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesonosa. What? How? How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You are seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido was the mastermind behind all of this. What? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ow! Clippity clop! Clippity clop! Clippity clop! Clippity clop! Clippity clop! Oh God! Okay. Upon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesonosa, preparing to stand down at the Supreme Court, sir. Can't just keep doing that to your kid, man. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages that the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Just
just took the whole fucking plate with you? Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. So it is his plate, which means he got the plates mixed up. That's gotta be Brett. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. T-pose for dominance. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. I said that in my head. How did you... He can read minds. I joked about that earlier. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Oh, yeah, I did say something she said got me thinking. Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Ryunosuke. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Is it because there's no cutlery at her table? I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? I have one life, so we're gonna save again, but I think I know what's going on. Let me check the photo. Not this one. Oh wait, which photo is it? This one. I think it's this one. Because I think this is showing the Colonel's. Yeah, it's this one, right? He did have a knife and fork, and this one was... Yeah, I think this is a different photograph, because he did have a knife and fork. This is not the photograph of the victim's table, I think.
Take that!
Going for it. Yes!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred.
What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table.
Steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Noticed what exactly, Counsel?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
And take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Oh.
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
What? What is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't...
Okay. Oh, she's sweating.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
Okay. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course. Dear lady!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last. It's all come together. I was right from the beginning. They switched the plates. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us?
Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. You are so racist. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been... what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already.
I'm aware.
And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you've done it. Or you have it.
I don't, but there is someone who does have it, somewhere in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Satoru Hosonaga.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga.
What? I have it.
Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence?
That's ridiculous.
No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention's been focused on this steak with the teeth marks.
Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kodekta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. If you watch a cadet, I am a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Tien-shan? Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
What? That makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
If the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Well, of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Sure you're not going to suggest. And the sergeant switched the two steaks over.
Thanks, dude.
You did switch the plates?
Thanks for the help. Appreciate it. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! Oh boy. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. But to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. This is the first time we've heard the pursuit theme for this game, and it's warranted as hell. Hell yeah.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meats, you can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
Oh, no, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound at the victim's chest. I've got to stop doing that, and I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Salmonella and tuberculosis all in one. Yes, sir! There it is. We can see it. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. Ah, my hand. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Show me that breakdown. Here it comes. She's gonna lose it. Oh god, the bird is dead. Outdone by a Japanese... Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. Oh god, no, it's not dead. It's very not dead. Oh, Jesus. Ah! Oh my god. What is happening? Oh, the ugly duckling. Show me your face. Oh my god, she's dead. Okay. Sure, why not? It's Ace Attorney. We can do whatever the fuck we want. Alrighty. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So, he planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. You heading to bed, Toaster? Thanks for stopping by. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. He would place the steak I'd ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he'd been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? It's a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. Oh, the professor had the gun. Why? I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Okay, so they both had a gun, and the pistol was his, or the professor's. I was really confused as to where that gun came from. I am still at it. We're at the end of the trial. We're getting the whole explanation now. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you'd bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. Oops, nope, don't autoplay. So there you have it. Now that is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Misdemeanor? Ma'am. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Will I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Wow, we never see your eyes. Interesting. It would seem that this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Takatsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Yonosuke Naruhodo. What? Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh my god. Kazuma, hang on now. Hang on. Let's think about this, okay? It doesn't have to be like this. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh. God damn it. Don't tell me Kazuma is a descendant of Simon Blackwell. 1,000 millennia pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Well, that explains why Winston Payne and Gaston Payne have been so shit at their jobs. They keep going up against Phoenix, and the ancient ancestral curse kicks in. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Yonosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern mythology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Shogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. What the fuck is that? I understand, Your Excellency. He's got a secret mission? What was that about? He looks so grave all of a sudden. Never mind. As for you, Yonosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense
how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty.
Oh, look, Ouchie is still fucked up. Oh, and it's Sakura petals, not confetti. Of course, it's Japan. Would you expect any less?
This court is now adjourned.
Well, there you have it. What a great starting case. That was awesome. 2:46 p.m. That was sick. Like, the tutorial cases are usually, I think that's the most in-depth a tutorial case has been, or like starting case, like case 1. Because normally it's just like, it just gets you like acclimated to the game, and it doesn't really get that complicated. I think they've gotten more complicated in like, I think Spirit of Justice made it a little more complicated. But like, I think every tutorial case before that was one trial, and there was no continuations. This was crazy. Holy shit. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yomei University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work certainly paid off. I don't know who that is. Oh. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any... Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. You would have been found guilty and probably executed, that's what. Your kind words should really be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Yep, there he is. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh, no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yumei University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Ah, you worked together. I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Nasogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. The world's largest melting pot for now until a specific war happens and shit gets crazy. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asoki clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is a soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Really, she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not?
It's a matter of consular jurisdiction.
Oh. Inspector Hosonaga.
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate...
But what's all this about consular jurisdiction?
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her? Then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty.
Yes, in normal circumstances, you'd be right.
And so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. They can't invoke a consular court just like that.
Oh, can't they?
Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on.
So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it.
The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett.
They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously.
Why? It's all going to change from now on. We can't make it change, or we can make it change. That's the opposite of what I said. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evidence calls for a celebratory drink.
But Professor...
You're right. That's the wrong voice. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Start having some fun.
In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you?
Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you.
I think this is the first time we've had a judicial assistant that isn't a complete firebrand. At least as far as I know, her personality might change. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here.
I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Oh yeah, we never did find that out. Kazuma.
Yes, Ryunosuke? Ryunosuke?
I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today.
I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work.
Absolutely not true. You carried my ass, buddy. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
What? Come on, be serious.
I helped you today. It was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you.
That's the point.
Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Yonosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, I faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. So this guy's like a descendant of Edgeworth, right? Or not a descendant, but an ancestor of Edgeworth? There's no way he's not. Look at that haircut. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Osanaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your steady tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosanaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still, that's entirely false. If he hadn't done what he did, you would have no case. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. The end. Clocking in at just under 5.5 hours. That went a little longer than we planned, but damn it, it was fun. My voice is shot though. Let's put it. We'll put it right here. We'll save the second slot for our panic save. Thank God we had. Well, that's it. That's the end of episode 1, guys. Fucking fantastic so far. I am super stoked for the next episode, which is going to be even longer because we didn't have an investigation segment in this episode. We only had trial segments, which is only one half of the game. Normally you have to go to like crime scenes and figure shit out, or at least we do in the main games. I assume we do it in this game too. Yeah, fucking wow. That was super dope. Well, that's going to be it for me tonight. Let's go find somebody to drop you off at. See who's online. Music so far is fantastic. Writing has been fantastic. I'm stoked as hell. Let's raid. Let's see how long people have been going for. Got a couple options. Crudberry, you've been going for 4 hours. Okay. What about everyone else? Okay. Okay.
Let's raid Crudberry. Plus, Crudberry just did some of Ace Attorney himself, so or themselves, which is actually part of the reason why I decided to do Great Ace Attorney Chronicles on stream. That was why it came to mind, because I knew I bought it, but I wasn't actually thinking of playing it on stream until I watched him play it, them play it. So yeah, they're playing some Banjo-Kazooie. That's pretty cool. Go say hi to Crudberry. You know we like him here. You know we like some Crudberry here. So you probably already know what's going on. Yes, Movie Thursday. We're watching part 2 of Kizu Monogatari. Kizu Monogatari. My throat hurts. But yeah, that'll be Thursday at 8 o'clock. Mountain Standard Time, whatever it is for you. It'll be on the Discord, which is the link to there. Tomorrow we'll be playing more Monster Hunter Rise on Matt's channel, along with Nobody on Twitch, who was just in, you saw him in the chat. We'll be playing some Monster Hunter Rise on Matt's channel, seeing how that goes. Yeah, go say hi to Crudberry, and hopefully we'll see you here Friday when I continue this. And there goes the raid.